Hey guys, happy Saturday, everyone. Spire, thank you for stopping in before you went to bed. I hope you're having a wonderful sleep and some sweet dreams right now. And Maylin and Cheryl, thank you guys. And James, hi guys. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. I am so thankful for you guys last night. I want to again thank Joy and Hippie Chick and Maylin for joining me last night, and Kazi G for having the courage to come on with us crazy women last night and just having a blast. I had so much fun last night. I just can't wait for the next one already. So hey 420. I hope that you guys had as much fun as I did last night. It was just great. It was just a night of fun times and laughs, a bunch of giggles, going crazy, and doing what I always recommend and taking a break from all the stresses and craziness that's in our world we live in today. And I just it's waking up today was like it's after you have that much laughing in one night, the next morning you're just like you just have this different feeling in the morning. And so that's why I mean when I say every day that if you can just take a break from whatever it is that you're dealing with and find a way to laugh, do something, watch something, see something, listen to something that makes you laugh and smile. It's amazing what it can do for the body and the mind. It was just an amazing time last night. So I just wanted to thank them for coming on with me and then agreeing to doing it again. This is going to become a regular Friday thing for us, I think, and I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, James. Says last night was funny. I'm glad you guys had a good time. 420 says last night was awesome. I couldn't stop laughing. I'm so glad to hear that. Jack, what happened last night? I must have missed it. You came in very, very late. Ironically enough, it was so funny because I said, we need to start talking about menopause because we'll just do that and Zach should appear. And then it just didn't happen until a little late. But you did make it at least. So I appreciate you, Zach. Hopefully you went back and watched what you did miss and got some laughs. Hi, Kristen. Yes, we are crazy here. And we love it. We love being crazy. Popped on to just give you a like and a little love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yes, Katie D. I am so sleepy, but I'm just in a good mood. This is what I'm saying. Like having time to just take a break from everything and just laugh your asses off can do amazing things. And as tired as I am right now, as I normally am every day, and even more so because it was a late night last night, and I didn't get much sleep again, but I'm never going to complain when what kept me up, and especially off my nights off work, where all I can do is sit and talk with people and laugh. I'm never going to complain that I'm tired from that. Stop with calling her chubs. I know it's a joke. Katie D says, I only slept 4 hours. I don't function well this way. God, I wish I could get 4 hours. It's too funny because 4 hours, I don't know how I would feel if I got 4 straight hours of sleep. Holy moly. I don't know what it's like to get that kind of sleep. I'm lucky if I get 2.5 hours sleep at once, and then I'm up, and then I might get another hour, and then I'm up, and then I might take a nap, which is maybe less than an hour. It's awful the way that my sleep is. I know it's not conducive for health, but it is what it is. But I do sleep when I can. Hi, Trust is Love. Thank you guys for joining me today. Hello, Skinny, Zach. It's so funny because Katie D always gives Zach a compliment. And Zach always calls her Chubs. Although I think it's his term of endearment. I think he secretly likes Katie D. Oh, yeah. That's me just starting shit. Just to pick on Zach a little bit as he picks on everyone else. But we love you, Zach. See, this is what I'm saying. Katie, Zach, you slept 2:30 to 7. Was that 4.5 hours? I would love to sleep 4.5 hours straight. It's I'm so jealous of you guys that can sleep like this. I'm telling you. If Zach asked if yes, I blocked him. Oh my God. Katie D says, after you ended, I went on DraftKings and I definitely should have just went to bed. Oh my God. That's the casino, right? And sports betting website. I'm not gonna ask if I'm assuming since you said you should have went to bed, you didn't win anything good. I'm so sorry. Hold on, guys. My heartburn is kicking up like crazy lately. Thankfully, I got my Tums today. Skinny is not a compliment? Why not? Is it not a compliment for a guy? Or just, I don't know. Because you want to be buff? Skinny doesn't mean not buff. Thank you, Trust is Love. I saw your comment. I appreciate you watching on the replay. But we are going to be making this a regular thing on Friday nights. So we will be doing it again. Hopefully you can join us next time. I call Zach skinny because he's trying to bulk. And he calls me chubby because I need to lose weight. Well, I get it. That's what I'm saying. If he wants to be buff or bulk up, however you want to put it. I guess I can see why skinny is not necessarily a compliment, but being called skinny outright doesn't mean you're not buff. It may be that you don't have bulk. So I guess there is a difference. Joy was having fun last night. I loved when someone asked her, why is her name Joy? It was hysterical. And she got to the point where she was laughing so hard, she couldn't even get her words out. It was hysterical. And then I think the best part last night. I think it was KDD, actually. The best part was when someone said, like I said, I believe it was Katie. If I'm wrong, let me know. Was when I swore that Joy was some little old lady sitting behind like a keyboard or phone. Just a nice, sweet old lady. And then she gets to see who Joy really is. Just an amazing woman with a crazy sense of humor. I love it. But we did. We had a blast last night. Uh-oh. Katie says, I actually need to log in and see how I did. I'm so tired. I don't even remember. Oh my God. Well, hopefully you do sign on and realize you won a whole shitload of money, man. I'll be crossing my fingers. Yes, Joy was feeling happy last night, James. That's for sure. Yep, see, James says, Katie, hope you won. Still can't believe Joy isn't the little old lady I thought she was. See, I thought it was you that said that. Oh my God, I swear to God, that was probably the funniest comment of all time, especially thinking about it. Like thinking how many people probably think that about Joy, because she does constantly talk about her age, like that she's, old, maybe only a little bit older than most of us. A lot of us are Gen Xers in our 40s and early 50s. And so when Joy talks about her age being in her upper 60s, I can't even remember. I don't want to even put, I'm so afraid. I think she says 68, 63. Either way, she looks amazing for her age. And then it's weird because as soon as when I got her on StreamYard before we went live, she had her wig on and glasses and everything already. And then she took them off to show me her. And I was like, oh my God, I've seen you before. Where have I seen you before? I never realized that was her. Because she's live streamed with other people. And I can't remember now where she said it was. Oh, Billy Bush. And I'm like, oh my God. Yes, that is where I've seen you before. Hi, Shelly. Oh, you're so sweet, Katie. Thank you. You're so sweet. You guys sent me some, I got a couple of great donations I got KDD sent me donations. So did Sarah D something. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but I appreciate those donations. They will help immensely. As you know, I was stressing at the beginning or at the end of March because of my rent, because of, every day, I do my fuck you, Boost Mobile. Now it's like the months, when you get older, as you guys, I'm sure know that are around my age, it's like the older you get, the faster time goes. And it's like, it's already April 25th, people. Okay. 5 days until rent is due again. It's like, it just goes by so fast. But I digress because I'm not going to go there. That'll just lead into all depressing kind of things. Oh, Shelly says, I was bummed I missed it last night, but watched a little earlier. Hilarious. Oh, thanks, Shelly. Well, if you missed me saying this is going to become a regular Friday night thing for us. So hopefully you can make it next time. I am so excited about this. You have no idea. I was so excited to do the show last night. And as you know, I was talking about, and I never plan my shows, even my psych nights, I get like sidetracked and we talk about other things. I get something prepared just to, give you a little knowledge about things in psychology. And then we end up, 10 steps somewhere else. But that's what I love about it. Cause it's like, I never ever planned on doing anything that was kind of any sort of scripted or, even just planned out, because it's just not how I roll, I guess. And especially when you're having a conversation, like when I started doing my Thursday nights, spill the tea with Crispy Treat, And I still say you should hear. I swear we should just tape our phone conversations because they're hysterical. Um, you just got to do what comes naturally to you, and that's what makes it, especially when you're doing things like last night. It's that's what makes it funnier because you just never know what's going to happen. Shelly says, "I'm buying a house next to Joy too." That's hysterical. Yeah, she's amazing. Everybody, you guys were all amazing last night. It was a great time. I truly had a blast. Yes, we did miss you, Shelly. I would say if she was probably asleep. Yeah, fell asleep. Aw. I understand it's a late night. It was a late night. Oh, Kazi G. Yeah. Joy almost had her peeing in her pants every minute. It was hysterical. And Kazi G, yes, thank you so much for joining us, women, crazy women, last night. I appreciate you. And I know it's sad when I look back a little bit that we didn't give you much of a much time to get a word in edgewise, but um, that's us crazy women. And so I hope we didn't discourage you too much from maybe joining us again sometime. She is a national treasure, I'll tell you. She's in her 50s. I'll be 64 on Mother's Day. My profile pic is from 1984 when I was 22. Wow. So night. Wow. So I swear she's in her 60s though. I'm pretty sure it's 63 or 68. Um, or well, now I may be wondering if it's 58. I just know she's mentioned her age a few times, and I just am like, I've seen her. She was probably it's funny because she was probably one of the very first people that when I started chatting in the chats, especially like in I think Will the Glare was the very first chat I ever actually started talking to people. um every now and then. KLB was another one. KLB was one of the very first people that ever said hi to me, and then like just started back and forth and then saying hi to each other every time we saw. And then once I got more comfortable actually commenting and having conversations back and forth, um it's an I can't express. I know I say this a lot, but I can't help myself because the community that we have here and the people in it are just amazing. Literally, you didn't even have to put shit on the screen last night. Just the comments and convo going was so hilarious. I mean, I couldn't breathe at times. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. This is what this is the kind of stuff that I just, because once you go into anything planned or scripted, then it's like, what if things don't go the way they're planned or go like the way you want? And I mean, look at me. I mean, I would have never called myself a boomer until I started streaming, I'm telling you, because I normally pick up things pretty quickly. And I'm not bad with technology. I'm pretty good with it, actually. But when you have to navigate what you have to navigate to stream and to share and to do all these things, and when you're dealing with the tiny ass fucking laptop that I stream on right now, because I still can't get that my desktop to um, to work properly. StreamYard. Everything else works on it perfectly, which sucks because it's like at this point, I really don't need the computer for anything else because everything I do is on for my streaming. So here's me on this little tiny ass laptop trying to navigate like 16 tabs. It's craziness. But um This is what I'm saying. Things like that happen. So when you have people like Joy and Hippie Chick and Kazi G who just, you know, who can just have a conversation, and you mesh well together. Um, it's just a recipe for a great time, and I loved it. I had so much fun. Joy was acting out Baker in the wigs. Oh my God, I was dead. That was hysterical. Oh my God. I couldn't stop laughing myself. I mean, I literally was having to stop and like take deep breaths because I was having a problem breathing, like it, because I couldn't stop laughing. It was that much. It was craziness. If for any reason you guys didn't see it last night, please go back and watch. And if you're on replay at some point, please watch our Friday night stream. It was hysterical. And just so you know, Hippie Chick and I have both already said we need to step up our game. Since Joy came on last night, just like, on fire, we got to up our game. So, with that being said, I need to start looking into some wigs and glasses and fun things. So I guess that's a good segue into my grift at some point. I do a PayPal. If anyone wants to help out with my search and finding some goodies and props to up our game for Friday nights, I do a PayPal, which you can send to PayPal from Venmo now too. And I also have my Give Send Go link that is posted and pinned in the chat. And all I can ask is that if you have anywhere to share it with other people, I would truly appreciate it. Zach says, I'll have to go back and watch sometime. Yes, you're going to have to, because, I mean, seriously, you missed some. Zach, you missed perfect opportunities to make your one-liner joke. Seriously. I wish that don't worry. We had a blast and just laughed our asses off all night. But I know, let's say when we do this next Friday, and if you're in the chat, oh my God. Like I said, there were points last night I could not breathe. And let's just say if we add Zach in the mix, holy moly. Oh, James does. I'm pretty sure she's 58. You could be right about that. I can't remember. I feel bad that I can't. You know what? I have a feeling that I think that she texted me her age now that I think about it. So now I want to look. Let's see if she did. Just because I'm curious. Not that it matters, but she's just, because either way, she looks amazing. And she's funny as fuck. I mean, seriously. No, she didn't. So yeah, I mean, she was a blast. Zach says, someone tell Kristen I love her. Kristen, Zach loves you, even though you blocked him. And then Shelly says, Kristen, Zach said he hates you today. You guys are so mean. Shelly, I was wondering who would do that first. You guys are starting me giggling already. I love it. Katie says, Zach, I'm not playing liaison for you with all the people who block you. Also, Dar said she doesn't know how to unblock you now. That's too funny. Yeah, because Zach is a mod because he's been very good. I told him to behave. He has to behave or he knows I can yank that wrench. Snap of my fingers. So he's been very, very good. But because he's a mod, he can see the comments anyways. Wait, so if someone blocks you, you still see them, they just don't see you? That's fucking weird. No, it's because he's a mod. Yeah. Mods can see all the deleted chats and all the redacted chats. Not, yeah. So, yeah. Mods can see everything. Trust is Love says, I watched this morning. It was hilarious. Thank you. I'm so glad that you guys had as good a time as I did, truly. That was the point that I've always preached, to find a way to find anything that will make you laugh every day, even if it's just for a couple minutes. And that's what we wanted to do last night. So I'm so happy to hear that you guys were able to do that with me and the group of people that joined me last night. Oh, Zach was probably at Experts last night. Oh, I forgot. I did. I watched Expert this morning. But I don't normally watch the chat on replay unless I'm looking for something in particular. James says, I was chatting with Joy and she told me her age and I said, I've got you beat. Gotcha. Okay, James. I believe you. Don't get me wrong. I just, for some reason, I had 63 stuck in my brain. But it could definitely, like I said, I've talked to so many people in chats now compared to even just 6 months ago. And that's because, like I said, I call Rat House Media and Danny's chat was the one that I just really took I don't know, I just found my people in that chat. Had some great times and still have some great times in there. Um, the people that I met through joining his Discord from the beginning of being worried about joining Discord because I didn't know how to fucking use Discord, to now having my own Discord. It's like, it's seriously like the people that I met and um just developed like friendships with online through Danny's channel and his chat and his Discord. Just amazing me. It just amazes me the people that we have in this community, which has led me to where I'm at right now. So I will always thank Danny, especially for having the platform that he does to provide some, just the community that he has. It's wonderful. Where is Joy from? She has an accent of some sort. She's from, well, I don't know if she's from Texas, but she lives in Texas right now. We are nutty broads. You're absolutely right, Kazi G. She's an hour from me. Because you guys are on the west part of Texas, right? Like Fort Worth area, right? Am I right about that? Oh, you are so welcome, Maylin. You fit right in with us. I think we just made a great team last night. It was so much fun. Oh my God. I hope that you got some sleep because Maylin, I still call her Superwoman because this crazy broad right here, Maylin, she not only participates in Discords, she mods for me, sends me shit all the time at the literally within like seconds of me saying, oh, I wonder if I can find this. She's like, oh, send it. And now she's starting her own channel, doing research, doing deep dives on some serial killers, and then she goes on Angie stream with her. I mean, I don't know. And she's a mom and a wife. Like, I don't know how she does it. I'm going to be totally honest because that's a lot. Katie says, Kazi, I was laughing when someone in the chat told you to tell the ladies something and you were like, I'm good. This is what I'm saying. I hope that we didn't scare Kazi away. Because we really didn't give him much time to talk, did we? I'm so sorry, Kazi. I hope that you'll forgive me because we love you. Yes, I was like, I saw Katie's comment. Sorry, I was looking back. She's like, Zach, stop. She is not. Yes, she is. She is from Texas. I do know that. Yeah. Oh, that's right. She did say that. I forgot. She did live in New York. So I think if she wasn't maybe born in New York, but moved to Texas, I'm not 100% sure. But all I do know is that she did live in New York at some point, and she does live in Texas now. There was a lot of that. I missed that. See, because I didn't you guys know that I like to go through the chat, like all my chat, because I don't have, my following isn't that big. My chat doesn't normally fly by. And even when it does a little bit, I try to still keep up with the chat. And this is what we do in between the trial stuff and getting into whatever topic we're getting into. This is what I do. I want to have a conversation with everyone. And last night, it just shows you. If you guys have listened to me for a while, I've talked about this, how I get hyper focused. Like I can only focus on one thing or I'll forget what I'm doing or forget whatever. So I literally could not even try to address the chat, or I knew I would just like lose everything and then the chat would become my focus. And with, Maylin and Joy and Hippie Chick, my focus had to be on them, being that they took the time out to come up and join me. So I feel bad. I feel so bad that I wasn't able to interact with the chat, but I hope you guys still had a great time. So I did not see people telling Kazi that. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch the chat. Seriously. Kristen can't see you. I thought it was a joke. You really can't see Zach? I can see his comment if it's put up on the screen. Aw, okay, so is this like did you block him or? See, this is what I'm saying. Katie says, did you block him? 420 says, can't chat much. I'm driving, but I'll be listening. Thank you, 420. Oh, Malin says exactly, Scarlett. Exactly what? Did I say something right? I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding. Wait, whatever I said exactly. Awesome. That you're Superwoman? I do know I said that. So hopefully you're agreeing with me this time, because every time else I call her Superwoman, she doesn't want to agree with me. But seriously, no joke. She's in New Braunfels. Oh, Kristen did block Kate, Zach. Oh my God. Like I ever tell a lie? Yeah, Zach. Zach always tells the truth, right? That's a joke in itself. But yes, it's true. Kristen, he really said he loves you, even though you blocked him. He did. He did say that. I put it up on the screen, so hopefully she saw it. Oh, okay. So Central Texas. Okay. So I was thinking like Dallas, Fort Worth, but Zach says no, Central Texas. I'm west of Austin. She is between Austin and San Antonio. Got it. Okay. because I've never been anywhere else in Texas. I've talked about this before. I've driven through Texas to visit a friend of mine who lived just outside of Houston. Um, and holy shit, Texas, you don't realize how, I mean, Texas is big. But if you've never been, especially if you've never driven through Texas, holy fuck. When you drive down, I'm in Southeast Michigan. So when you go down, if you're driving down to Houston, let's say, so you're going straight down like the side of Ohio, the edge of Indiana, then you hit I think it was the edge of Missouri, and then you get to Texarkana. And then, so driving through 4 states took me the same time that it did just to drive from the top of Texas to Houston area. It was insane. Hi, Cat Randall. That looks like Brando. Do you guys see that? Yes, 420. Drive carefully. Malin says, it was a ton of fun. And yes, I got some sleep. Yay. Good. I'm glad. Yes, great job last night too. Yes, you guys were amazing. Malin, thank you so much for joining me. We had a blast, truly. Kristen says, Shelly, he shouldn't have been such a jerk then. He picked the one thing he knew would upset me. This is his punishment for now. I get that, Kristen. Sometimes Zach doesn't know when which button not to push, but he does mean well. I do know that. Waiting for everyone to get in the car, says 420. ADHD brain. It's funny when we were talking about ADHD and someone asked me if I had it, and I was like, I honestly have no idea. I've never been diagnosed with it, never thought I did, but people are telling me based on what I described that I deal with that I may have it. So I seriously, I'm going to be looking into it. Don't hate him, just needs a timeout. I get it, Kristen. You're good. Totally understand. Zach says, isn't Kristen cute when she's mad? Oh my God, you guys are going to hate me, but I forgot. Someone told me last night what FAFO means, and I forgot already. That tells you another thing about my brain. Kazi says, oh no, it's all good. I was buckled in. Yay. Okay. Kristen, Zach says, I honestly don't know what she's mad about. She's probably right, though. So at least he's giving you the credit. Yes, I missed some of the funniest shit happening in the chat. Damn it. Well, see, this is what you get for hosting the show, Like I said, I couldn't focus on the chat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to truly listen and pay attention to my guests who were funnier than shit. So I'm definitely gonna have to go check out. So literally someone give me something that happened in the chat last night. Give me some laughs because I need to know. Now I'm all worried / curious. Yeah, Zach, Kristen said you're just in timeout. And we know. Zach said, I told Kazi to shut up because the girls couldn't get a word in edgewise. That's hysterical. Oh my God. That's freaking hysterical. Yes. Katie said she will get that comment 10 minutes from now. It was 7. You guys know I like to chat with you guys first, and I don't want to miss anything. So, see, I'm not joking when I tell you I become hyper focused on something. And so it's like, and then I feel bad if I try, like last night when I said I gotta try and catch up with the chat. When I see that I'm being serious and then I miss a bunch of shit, and then I feel bad. But that's just me. And you guys love it or leave it. You know, it is what it is. Malin says, I will never agree to being Superwoman, but you are. So, okay. One day you will. I'll get you to understand. Zach says, you know how you're not supposed to pick scabs. I never learned that. Apparently, Zach. He is the king of stirring the pot. See, that looks like Randall. No joke. Cat Randall is, I think, new to this channel, unless it's a handle for someone that has 2. But thank you for being here. But that cat looks like Brando. And even Kazi agrees with me. It does. Brando's brother. Aw. Kristen says the ice cream truck just went by and I didn't have any cash. That was sad. That sucks. I don't get ice cream trucks anymore because I live in an apartment. But it is what it is. Wait, I'm so clueless. All the buttons are made to push. And I'm trying to figure out what this comment means, KDD. Could have been the FBI, though. What? We rented dune buggies and were driving them on South Padre Island in Texas. There was about 100 miles of empty beach to drive on, and my fucking brother crashed into the Gulf of Mexico. Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? James, oh my God. 100 miles of empty beach to drive on, and his brother crashed into the Gulf of Mexico. Think about that, okay? It's funny. Oh, fuck around and find out. Thank you. Hopefully, I'll remember this time. Fluffer. Oh, and Maylin says, fluff around and find out. It means consequences. Thank you, guys. Exactly. It's chat FOMO. Fear of, see, I do know that one. Fear of missing out. That's exactly it. Hippie chick. What's up, sweetie? Hopefully you got some sleep last night. I just spent 43 minutes talking about last night and having a blast going on. It's just we had so much fun last night. Thank you. You and Maylin are here in my chat today, and I just thank you so much for coming last night and just having a good time. Hopefully Joy will be in at times. She's probably getting her beauty sleep. Or well, it's 2:00. I keep forgetting. I when I forget when I sleep because I work midnights, sleep in the morning. When I wake up, I still feel like it's morning, even though it's not. So she's probably producing another show or working on some other stuff. So hopefully she'll stop in so we can also tell her thank you. And what a great time we had. But Maylin says, I'm listening while I scarf down some Oreos and then getting ready. Shelly says, Hippie, great job last night. Yeah, James, I mean, that's probably not funny and hope he was okay, but also funny. Exactly, Katie. So I said I have to laugh. Like, you have to think about that. Think about this big empty beach to ride a dune buggy on, and you literally crash into the water. Oh, James says, Katie D, no worries. I was riding shotgun. It was hilarious. Yes, hippie chick. I talked about that a little bit. When it's a way I brought up my grift a little bit. If people want to help support me up my game for Friday nights to get a wig, couple wigs, and some fun sunglasses, and maybe whatever other fun props I can find, so we can up our game, because Joy had us all beat last night. Oh, the ice cream truck. Got you. Yes, John McCabe. Duh. Shows you how tired I am that I didn't even make that connection. We're all going to have to up our game, man. I'll tell you. I can't wait. I already can't wait for next Friday. We thought we were going to own that thing for a minute. That's hysterical. Thank God you guys didn't get hurt doing that. Oh, hippie chick just woke up from a nap. And Kristen wants Oreos now, Malin. That happens a lot in this chat. People start talking. We start talking about food, and I'm like, God dang it, now I'm hungry. How do you run yourself over while driving a go-kart? How the fuck do you do that? Maitland says, my sister ran over herself while she was driving a go-kart. Like, how the fuck do you do that? Joy's still sleeping with her wig on. Sunday is the best cat nap day of the week, says Cat Randall. Yeah. I love the weekends, like, especially in the summertime, because even when I work weekends, it's like, I don't know, there's always a better feeling. Even when weekends technically aren't your weekends. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the way from when you were little. When school was Monday through Friday, it was Saturdays and Sundays were always the best feeling. And so it just kind of stays that way. What day is it? Today is Saturday, though. Yeah. You were looking on Shein and found some cool stuff. Oh, I was thinking, I'm like, I should just put some stuff in my Amazon wish list. I was adding stuff last night to it, and I'm like, yeah, because someone said, because when I was talking about how bad I really need a new computer, and it's going to be a while before I can afford one, someone was like, you need an Amazon wish list. I'm like, well, Maylin actually already talked me into doing an Amazon wish list, and but I'm like, I can't put a computer on there. I'm like, that's a lot of money, even a regular computer that doesn't have all of the bells and whistles, and that is a PC and not a Mac. And so I found this PC that was on sale, that would seem to have enough RAM and memory to do all the things I would need it to do. And then of course I see the Mac computer that I really want, that's literally purple. So it's like, oh, let's add this. I mean, hey, maybe one day I'll meet someone who has a lot of extra money and wants to send it to me in my dreams, right? But what the hell? It's called a wish list for a reason. That's what I'm told anyways. Shelly, you ran over yourself with your, how do you do that? So Malin's sister ran over herself with a go-kart. Shelly ran over herself with a snowmobile. How do you run over yourself? You fall out of it and then it runs over you, or what? Oh my God. I can't even imagine. That would be scary as all hell. Yes, add it to the list. Okay, I will. Add some wigs and fun things to it. I'll have fun with that later today. Oh, thanks, Katie. Katie says, I thought you guys all looked great. Yeah, it was a last minute thing when Joy, when we first talked about this, she's like, she said, get your wigs on. And I literally said, I don't have any wigs. I have some, extensions, purple extensions. I used to have pink ones too, but they got all like ratted and I couldn't comb them out anymore. So I threw them away. And I still, as you guys know, I've been wanting to dye my hair. I haven't had enough time. I was going to do it yesterday, but still ran out of time. And I was like, fuck. I didn't even get the extensions in my hair. And I'm like, all right, well, at least I have my Boston Shady hat. And since I do have sunglasses, I can at least wear those. And then as you guys could see, I'm literally not only trying to, look at the chat because of my chat FOMO. Okay. My sunglasses, I showed you, they kept fogging up because of my when I tell you I am always hot, believe me when I say this, I showed you, I couldn't even go couple minutes without those damn things fogging up. So I just started getting through it, but then it would get so bad at times that I tried to, clean them off. So that being said, next time I'm going to have to think ahead and put my fan aiming at my face. Because if we're going to do wigs and sunglasses like that on a regular basis, I'm going to have to stay cool so I can actually see next time. A sugar daddy. Bam chicka bow bow. That's right. I need to find me one of those, but not one that like expects anything. Just wants to be like a chat sugar daddy. You can be my chat sugar daddy, someone, if you want. Because I've made it known plenty of times that I am perfectly happy being single and doing what I want when I want. Someone's honking their horn out there. The birds aren't out today. I just realized that. No birds today. They're normally out there singing away. Fell off of it and it kept going. Oh my God. It's crazy. Maylin said the same thing. She fell out of it and it just went right over her. Oh my God. Ouch. Yes. I'm glad you guys are both okay. Yes, and Maylin had her special hat on. It's so funny because you called it your 5150 hat. And it said, what did it say? Fat shit crazy, I think. And then Joy had her 5150 glasses. That was hysterical with the daisies. Where she's like, he loves me not petals. And then Cassie was like, do they literally come off? Add a neck fan to your list. They work great. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh my God, that was hysterical when I was talking about a fan last night. If you guys missed that conversation, that was towards the beginning. Oh my God, that was so funny. Because I was talking about like those fans that you can put water in and it like spritzes water out as it fans you or whatever. And what was, I don't even remember what someone said, but it was just hysterical. Oh, I know. I don't know how it ended up being that way, but it turned into something about a blowjob, and then I'm like, oh, nope, I'd rather have the fan. Yeah, your hat was great. The batshit crazy hat. Try to do a small swipe of old school shaving cream as a buffer for fogging on glasses. Oh, thank you. That's a good idea. I didn't know you could do that. She's done much worse to herself than that. She was always getting into one tangle or another. Oh boy. Probably shit like I do. Moni G, what's up? That shit crazy. I love it. Katie says, "Hippie chick, did your husband think it was as funny as we all did? I remember he was watching in the garage." He was cracking up. Oh, that's good. And you never know how men will react to that. If they got a sense of humor, they would enjoy it as much as like Zach and James and Cuzzy G. Some men are like, they're just what's the word I'm looking for? Mm, I can't think of the word. This is happening a lot lately. I seriously, it's a problem. Um, but I think you guys know what I mean. Ones that just don't think women having this type of humor is appropriate for whatever reason. Garage. Um, too serious? Yeah, but there's a word for it that I'm looking for. I mean, too serious is yeah, a simple way to put it. Where they just don't think that, like, not that they don't have a sense of humor, and that they think, and that they can do the same stuff that we did last night, but think it's only appropriate or funny when men do it. But when women do it, it's like it's inappropriate, not funny. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't think of the fucking word I'm looking for, but laughter is good for you. Oh my god, I loved Gilda Radner. One of my favorite movies when I was little was Haunted Honeymoon. And if you have never seen it, oh my god, you got to go watch it. I don't even know if you can get it anywhere. I'm sure you can find it somewhere, but it's hysterical with Gene Wilder and Gilda Radner. They were an amazingly funny pair. It's called An Asshole. Kat says, inappropriate humor draws me to anyone, even the ladies. Sweet. Especially the ladies. Yes, a massage therapist. I mean, that's not the term I was looking for. There's like a psychological term or adjective that I'm looking for, and for some reason it escapes my brain right now. It'll come to me at some point. If I remember it, I'll just probably spit it out an hour from now. But you guys get my drift, obviously. Shelly says hippie. I'm glad you said it, so I didn't have to. Yeah, an asshole is definitely and massage therapist. I mean, yes, they all of these are great descriptors. I was looking for a specific term. It's not working, but these work perfect. So thank you. It just shows that you guys know what I'm getting at. Yes. See, they think it's unladylike. Fuck that. I like funny chicks. Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. Maylan says I'm a boy mom. I laugh at farts. Exactly. So am I. I'm a boy mom too. You know, you just and not only that, when you work in the medical field, especially, um, like all bodily functions, you really take it in that we are human beings. Everybody does all of the above, okay? And taking it seriously and thinking that farts are gross or talking about menopause is too much. It's like, get over it, okay? Just get over it. Gilda and Gene Wilder were married. Yes, they were. But they were what I'm saying, and them on screen together, they were an amazing pair. That movie, I'll never forget. It was one of the first movies that my mom technically introduced me to that she liked. It was after it was funny. It was one day, I'll never forget when I watched it because my mom and I had just watched um Willy Wonka. And I don't remember what the conversation was specifically, but it just led to her showing me another movie that Gene Wilder was in and um telling me how much this movie made her giggle, and she let me watch it. Because my mom, back in the day, she had we had a shelving unit that had 1, 2, I think 5 shelves. It was in our hallway. I think she had literally VHS tapes taped with any movie and show that she wanted to ever watch again. She organized them with labels. Each tape had a label of what was on it. Plus we had um, a catalog basically. It started with tape number 1, went all the way to I think by the time that VHSs were going out of style and she started doing Netflix and burning CDs, was she had, I think, 247 VHS tapes. And if you remember back in the day, VHS tapes could tape like 2 shows or one or 2 movies, depending on how long the movies were. So I pretty much had whatever movies I ever wanted at the ready. Yeah, I probably had to fast forward through commercials on some of them, but hey, it was awesome. And then when Netflix came about and you could order CDs to be delivered to your house, my mom just started burning CDs of movies, and I can't even tell you how many CDs of movies she had by the time we had to clean out her apartment after she passed away. You know those big plastic bins with the snap tops? She had 3 of those full of CDs. So I'm talking thousands of movies. Any movie you pretty much wanted, my mom had a copy of. It was awesome. Mom of 4 boys. I know all the boy humor. Oh, Katie has to work a little bit. Damn, stupid work. I used to say fart pizza and my boys would crack up. That's hysterical. Van Wilder, don't take life too serious. None of us get out alive. Exactly. I think they made 2 movies together. That household must have been a laugh riot for sure. Could you imagine, like, those were your parents? Could you imagine having Gene Wilder and Gilda Radner as your parents? Like, that would have been such a fun household to live in. Uh, really. My mom also introduced me to, I played it before, Abbott and Costello. I freaking love them. Like I said, I've always been into humor and trying to find ways to make myself laugh for sure. All right, I think I'm caught up with the chat now. It only took an hour for me to stay up and get caught up with you guys, but I love it. Thank you guys so much for just chatting with me every day. I love it. Again, had a great time last night. I'm looking forward to next Friday, and hopefully I will be able to up my game a little bit by then. Not a lot, probably, but a little. So we'll have a lot. Oh yeah, don't forget I have that on my list. I have a list of like 3 movies that people have mentioned in the last couple weeks that I want to watch. And I'm if you are not in my Discord and you have Discord, please email me so I can send you a link because I'm going to be doing movie watches like kind of like Baker does. Because anyone who wants to join, you gotta, if you've never seen the movie Clue, Clue is my all-time favorite movie. I know that entire movie by heart. Actually, people I know won't even watch the movie with me anymore. The last person to watch it with me with my son was my son. My son was the only one that would still watch it with me because he laughed at me repeating the entire movie. It's hysterical. So I want people to join me and we're gonna watch Clue. And then that's what I want. I want people to recommend movies to me, funny movies. And A Fish Called Wanda is on that list. So maybe we'll do that after Clue. Because I only saw it once and it was a long time ago, and I really want to rewatch that one. Yes. Fish Called Wanda, John Cleese. Yep. So we're gonna add it. That's gonna be where our order of movies so far is Clue number 1, number 2, Fish Called Wanda. I'm glad you reminded me, but I have a list started already in my notebook because and I can't remember what the other 2 movies are at the moment. I have to get my notebook, but because when people mention these movies, I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen that one, but it's been so long. Or there's one movie in particular that I've never seen, and someone's like, I can't believe you've never seen it, because I've seen a lot of movies. Like I said, my mom had almost any movie at the ready for years and years and years. It was awesome. All right. So now that I've caught up with the chat, we are going to get back into Bob Alessi's cross-examination of this ridiculously undereducated so-called expert we have on this stand here is Shanon Burgess. So as we get started, we are about, let's see, his testimony or cross-examination and redirect and all that is just under 5 hours. We are just under the 2-hour mark. So we have about 3 hours, little over 3 hours of his testimony. Hopefully we'll get through it today. If not, we'll finish up tomorrow. And so here I am going to get it started at 1.5. If it gets too fast, please let me know and I will slow it down. Here we go.
See you for 2 minutes. Okay. All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess. Morning. On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I miss?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on direct examination, correct?
Really quick, did anybody else catch that on the first go around? Now, see, when I watched trial 2, if you don't know, I had not seen trial 1 prior to watching trial 2 and did not realize, I didn't even pay attention to the fact that the Commonwealth specifically didn't go over his CV like they do every other witness. It didn't register until this happened.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think that would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important.
I have to stop this. Sorry, Bob Alessi. I just spent an hour talking about last night and talking with the chat about last night and all the good shit that we had and our plan to up our game for next week. Holy shit. So I was like, hopefully she'll join us and stop in. So first and foremost, I can say thank you so much for joining me last night and us planning on doing this again because I cannot wait. We had a blast. It was awesome. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Happy Chick and Maylin. Just, you guys are amazing people, and I can't wait to do it again. So with that being said, please listen to the last hour when you get a chance, Joy. But here we go. We're getting back into Shanon Burgess.
Criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus. Yes. You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wolf, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolf? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, just to give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct.
You prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this time stamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct? Objection. Objection. Okay. Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all.
I don't think
And
so.
certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32.
I don't think we went through that part yet. If we did, I forgot. Shit.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022. Or January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Could I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Your actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event, to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could. Yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
I just realized I had myself muted. Sorry, because someone called. But I said, Joy, make sure you get some caffeine and some Motrin. And thank you so much for last night. I'm sorry that you feel so crappy today, but I hope you feel better soon. She says, I'm desperate. I think I smoked way too many cigs. I feel worse than my wigs. Oh my God, sweetie. Get some Motrin and some caffeine and stay away from cigarettes for a couple hours. When I used to smoke more when I would have a cocktail, for sure. I think most people do. And even just socializing, I used to bowl. I think I've talked about this a couple times. I used to bowl. I was a competitive bowler. I bowled a couple times a week on different leagues. And when I used to smoke more when I bowled too. So it's like the bigger the social setting or social, depending on the social environment, smoking gets, sometimes you can get out of control. At least I did. So, but get some Motrin and some caffeine.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Get a DVD ID.
Yeah, present to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you.
Good
this
for you,
marked
James.
as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and I'd pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I read first, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that
I have to stop. Sorry, Mr. Alessi, but I have to stop here because these are the points that are times I love to stop and just admire Bob Alessi. The way he stands there and looks ahead, straight ahead, because he knows the answer he's going to get, obviously, not asking any questions he doesn't already know the answer to. I love watching this. This is my absolute favorite cross-examination of trial too. However, as much as I enjoy Mr. Alessi standing there the way he does, waiting for the answers that he knows he's going to get, looking at that ridiculous twirl that Mr. Burgess has on his head, oh my God, just shave it off, dude. That's all I got to say.
BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it
Why
in
don't I
context.
see what's happening?
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
It was represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am representing to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolf please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream events 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
but you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report, sure, you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well, I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is, okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. All right. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 11:62-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 11:62-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Ian Whiffin's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62-2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock, yes. Timestamp.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62-2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. block event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple of questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide, that 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher,
Happy
correct?
early birthday,
Correct.
James.
And,
Make sure
in
you
fact,
come here on your
Mr.
birthday.
Whiffen
to celebrate.
identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slides, sir?
No. it is not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it? So
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
if we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday, covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do. Yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Okay.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Oh my God.
If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just wanted Mr. Woke just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to
Hey,
your
nefarious.
testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask
I'll be right
you
back, guys.
a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes.
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct.
And that's 26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead and finish your question. Don't answer Mr. Burgess until the complete question. Okay?
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words,
so cool.
in his own slides,
James.
occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Do you want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I did.
In fact, in your May 8th, 2025 report, your second report, the first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you, Ron?
Yes.
I need to be heard on this as well.
Right.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in dated?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD. So why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now,
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification. And sir, do you have before you read the 3 letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Yeah.
The other one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Real food.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I
I
have.
love hockey, James. Hockey's
Your Honor,
my
may I
favorite.
please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without.
Red
I think
Wings
that Mr.
blew it
Wilkie
again
can
this year.
obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Now,
Okay,
Mr.
Maitland, good
DeSogra,
luck.
who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
Ellie!
Yes,
so we'll strike the comment part and just
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do
He's
is
so
just elucidate
pissed.
the
Whatever.
columns and their meaning.
I
So
like basketball.
the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and is the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43, and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague, Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Okay.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be on there.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this: what do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 11:62:2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that point.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct,
Shannon was
that
one
Mr.
of
DeSogra,
saying
using
that,
this math,
asshole.
Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay,
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Oh my God. You're an
And
ass.
this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30th report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
Lynn, do I have to kick your
Do
ass?
you deny it?
in?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Gould. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, you reviewed the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we were reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before my, sorry, misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask you a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
Yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what. Let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Did you, sir, do you have that report?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury, in your January 30 report, where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is, and even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event? Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, the cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 11:62:2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you have fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 11:62:2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second.
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point term.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Sir, a text stream data event like 11:62:2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection. Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it? Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection. Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection. Sustained. Ask it to.
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach Your Honor? Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the fourth full paragraph that begins with two events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state two events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a three-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these two events are based on a combination of the Lexus Infotainment Power On event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do say.
You see use the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every TechStream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have TechStream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a TechStream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a TechStream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to TechStream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a TechStream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A TechStream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A TechStream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A TechStream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay, let's go take our morning recess. So it's
All right, please.
all right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A TechStream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
The TechStream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A texturing event merely refers to Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw texturing trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5?
Okay, sorry. I'm going to pause, Mr. Alessi, since I just started a new day. I just finished my sandwich, which was delicious. I do not use any sort of condiments. No mayo, no ketchup, mustard. No Italian dressing. I don't use any dressing. I can't stand just even the smell of ranch. But, I don't know. I just always grew up that way, partially because of my mom. My mom never liked condiments either, although she did use ketchup on some things and mustard. She liked mustard and ketchup, but other than that, she was not a mayo person. And she didn't do a salad dressing. So I always grew up eating salads without any salad dressing. My brother always got ranch, but I couldn't stand the smell and I never liked it. So I liked the salads without it. So, but my mom always made fun salads. Like it wasn't just lettuce and like a vegetable that you kind of need something else. My mom would always put like tomatoes and olives and cheese and salt and just mix it all up. And it was delicious. It's like, why ruin it? To me anyway. I know people love it. And hey, I have nothing against the people that use condiments. I just can't stand it. And about my cat, by the way, Joy says, oh my God, my nephew. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Where did you say? I had it pulled up. Oh, you had a cat named Bastard? No. If you haven't heard me talk about my cat, I had a cat growing up that looked like Brando, was a calico orange and white cat, but he was a little bastard. He was mean and nasty, and all he did was want to bite you. And his name was Tiger, which is like the same name that you had given. I mean, it's just like such a generic name when I was little to give that kind of cat, but that was his name. And like I said, he was a little bastard. He never wanted to be held or pet. You could only pet him in one small area on the top of his head. If you got too close to his ear, he'd bite you. If you tried to touch him anywhere near his back or his tummy, he would bite you. He was just a mean little shit. Called me a bastard. No. No, I did not. Get off the counter, bastard. It should have been his name because he was one. Oh, you ate plain salad too? Oh, that's so cool. See, most people make fun of me. Oh my God, I'll never forget this story. I went into, where were we? I think it was not Olive Garden. It was a Red Lobster when I was like 16 years old. Okay. So you guys know I look young for my age. So imagine what I looked like at 16 years old. Okay. I didn't look 16. And you get back then you always got a salad with your meals. Now some places you don't have to pay extra just to get a salad. And I ordered my salad, and my dad always got, I was with my dad, and he always got French dressing, especially Catalina French. And they always had Catalina French at Red Lobster. And of course, she asked me what kind of dressing. And I said, no, none. And she literally, here's me, a teenager, whether she thought I was 16 or not, goes, oh my God, honey, you're way too young to be on a diet. I looked at her and I'm like, I'm not on a fucking diet, you moron. I didn't say that. I wish I could have. But I'm like, no, I just don't eat dressing. God, just because someone says no dressing doesn't mean they're on a diet. Jeez, a freaking Pete. But to say that, I just don't know. I'll never forget it. For some reason, that story is that has just always stuck in my head. Ooh, that sounds yummy. Italian sausage, provolone cheese, mushrooms, onions, red pepper on a toasted bagel. Yummy. Yeah, you do get the natural juices from the tomato, which, you know, helps at least. Not as dry, but a lot of people say that about a lot of, especially sandwiches and stuff, but I do use tomatoes on a lot of things. So I'm sure that could be part of it. Do I put olive oil on an Italian cold cut sub? No. I do. I don't mind olive oil, like to dip bread in if it's got like olive oil. There used to be this restaurant in Northville called, oh my God, I just lost the name of it. It started with a P. Shit. Anyway, they used to serve you a plate with extra virgin olive oil with cracked pepper all in it. I will dip my bread in that now and then. Otherwise, I smear some butter on it. But no, if anything is like not just like just bread or something like that, no. If it's a sandwich, any sort of meat, no dressing, no oil, no nothing. Okay, Shelly. Yeah, I haven't. I'm still doing it. Yes, but I haven't put them together yet. So I will use the new one. I still think you look just cute in the other ones you sent me. So, but whichever one you want, sweetie. Yeah, exactly. Nefarious. Vinegar is nasty. Ugh. You like ketchup and some pickles? I don't like vinegar otherwise. Yeah, I don't like ketchup. The only thing I ever eat ketchup on, and I don't know why this is, because I refuse, I'd never eat ketchup on anything else, is a hot dog. And I think because a plain hot dog is gross, not really gross, but just blue, that somehow the ketchup, it's like that flavor. With the ketchup in a hot dog, I will eat that. If I eat a hot dog, I will put ketchup on it, but that is the only thing I have ever put ketchup on or will eat ketchup on. And I like dill pickles, not sweet pickles. Sweet pickles are disgusting. Whoa. Yep, people can eat whatever they like. Exactly, Jane. It's like, you know, being a teenager, and I just couldn't believe that she asked me that, like, or said that to me, like automatically assuming just because I don't eat dressing that I'm on a diet. Like, what? Young you versus now you. Exactly. What would you say now? Yeah, I would have said exactly what I said. Oh my God. So just because I don't eat dressing doesn't mean I'm on a diet, you idiot. God. Choice says I'll eat anything as long as it does not try to bite me first. I do too. I was just talking about this. I don't know if you were in the stream, James, the other day or a couple weeks ago, whenever it was. But I was talking about the tomatoes nowadays. It's so I can't get tomatoes from the store anymore. The whatever genetically modified whatever they're doing, they do not taste like they used to. My neighbor growing up, my mom's best friend, used to have tomato plants in her backyard, and we would get fresh tomatoes all summer long. And I miss it. Like even going to the store, like my mom would go specifically to the farm market and get them. Well, now I can't do that because I don't have a car, and it's just expensive to go to the closest farm market on a weekend in the summers just to get tomatoes. And I've tried. The only thing I can do is get the organic grape tomatoes. And even those at times don't have the greatest taste to them. But I bought a regular, like, supposedly off the vine or on the vine tomato, and it had no flavor. It was like, ugh. What are they doing, these tomatoes? So I was talking about wanting to get my own. I don't know. I said, should I get a plant or seeds? Someone said seeds were better. So I need to do that ASAP so I can get some tomatoes growing because I love tomatoes too. A fresh tomato out of the garden is the best. Exactly, Joy. James says only use real ketchup on fries. Ouch. Dill pickles are better. I literally can't even eat a sweet pickle. If I end up biting into one by accident thinking it's a dill pickle, oh, gross. Nobody over the age of 12 puts ketchups on hot dogs. Well, I guess I'm 12 then. Yeah. Shelly says, I do like those big pickles though. Oh yeah, Kristen. Wait, is Kristen? Oh, there. Maybe the pickles are just too big. That was it. Yeah, Zach's not here right now, unless he's just lurking. He does that from time to time too. You only need a 5-foot space and a grow light to have the tomatoes year round. Oh, really? Can you do it inside or outside? Because I have a balcony. But it's a small balcony. Kristen says, I swear only Zach is blocked. Okay, that's a lie, but none of you lovely people are blocked. Thank you, Kristen. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to finish up my sandwich and take a potty break as we continue on with Alessi. Okay, Shelly, have a great hike, sweetie. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Can't guarantee that. That's what I always used to say. All right, guys, here we go.
2025 report.
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Joy's jumping up too, so I just wanted to say bye, Joy. Thank you so much again for being here today and yesterday, hanging out with me, and I'm looking forward to next Friday. Woohoo! So excited. Oh, yes, thank you.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the near 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th.
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162.1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162.1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162.1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a number. Yes.
So back to the 1162.1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to events surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And was it part of the reference that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay her footsteps. Part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, it was overlooked.
Right. So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report. Okay. And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original.
Okay, Kristen, I have to bring this up because I just read your comment. So just so you know, because Kristen says that she was upset the other day dealing with something. And Zach kept saying to stop pouting, bringing up all my stupid feelings back up. Yeah, it's dumb and I'll get over it, but it's not dumb. And I get it. So what I wanted to say is that Zach actually does to me the same thing. I cry on my streams. People that have watched me since the beginning know that, especially when I talk about my mom and was going through what I was going through a couple weeks ago, when I didn't know if I was going to make my rent and then not have a place to stay. It was pretty rough. And I cried several streams in a row. And Zach did the same thing to me, the stop blubbering. But I will say, thankfully, I know Zach and what he tries to do, and his heart normally behind it is he's trying to, at least for me, I'm not saying this is for you. I am saying just me. No, he was saying it to me. At least I take it that way. That he was trying to make me laugh, which is what it did for me. So, but like I said earlier, that I understand that sometimes Zach doesn't know, like he said, doesn't know when to stop or when it might be a little too much. Because I think we all know that Zach is obviously not cold-hearted or anything. He's always trying to just be funny and be silly, goofy, whatever. But almost anyone can take things like that too far. You just gotta truly read the temperature of the person that you're trying to make laugh or do those funny things with. Even when I wasn't blubbering, ironically, did it last night. He said, no blubbering. I'm like, I'm not blubbering because I started talking about my mom, and that's normally what sets me off. And I'm like, no, I did good. I made it. Blah blah blah. And even he did send me a wonderful, sweet donation, and his comment was, "No more blubbering." So, that being said, I do get it. I get both sides, 100%. And whatever your feelings are on the matter, they're completely valid. All feelings are valid. So it's completely up to you. But I hope that Zach, he says he still loves you. I know. He said that earlier today. And I think too, I'm just going to say this too. I think since we all know Zach, we all know his humor, and that if we ever have a day where it's just too much and no joking, just flat out tell Zach right away in chat. No poking fun at me today. I'm having a day. We're going to have to tell Zach that that's our code phrase. No joking with me today. Okay? That means this is serious. And that's another thing too with chats. You never know what is serious and what isn't. What's a joke and what isn't. A lot of times, you're just reading daily text or something. You have no idea the inflection or tone behind that, whatever statement they're making. So you guess. You could be off, though. Totally off. You could be right. So it's the horrible thing about being online and text messaging and all of that stuff. When you miss the human interaction, it's not good for the soul. For a lot of reasons. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox. While I have the amazing Mr. Alessi paused, I'm going to catch up with you guys. Says, poor Zach wasn't even there for it, but I don't want any more attention on it, so I blocked him. I totally get it. Sorry. And I just brought more attention to it, so I apologize. And Moni G, I saw your comment. You're hysterical. Wanted condiments, not condiments. Oh, no, I'm not tough, Kristen. Not at all. I cry. I'm a crier. I just fully admit it. You don't want to listen to me cry and I start crying, then you can go watch something else. It's cool. Nefarious says, I just want you guys to know my husband is the best. He's watching sports and he has to mute it. I'm taking up 3 TVs and using my phone. That's so sweet. Talking to text. That's fine, sweetie. Don't worry. Don't ever worry about typos. I try to figure it out so you don't have to explain it. Because, like I said, I say this all the time too. In case you're new, me and my short, fat, stubby fingers that I got from my dad. I'm constantly have typos, and autocorrect hates me. Nothing like a good pickle tickle. Don't need you. I was 7 minutes behind. Okay, I'm not putting that comment up there, Monichi. No, Zach is a good guy. Just needs a little time out sometimes. Exactly, Kristen. Exactly. And it all depends on your mood. And that's why I'm saying maybe sometimes with Zach, we just need to come up with a code phrase so that he knows it's not a day to play jokes with me today. Oh, as well, people, I meant rub your bellies. That's why I didn't put your comment up. I'm like, yeah, true, but I'm not gonna put that up there. Yes, our code word is pickles, everyone. When we tell Zach pickles, it means we're having a day, no joking today, okay? She's caught up now, but missed a big chunk. That's okay. I just started talking again a couple minutes ago, so Laud knows Laud only know what I missed. You didn't miss much. It was very bold and heroic to host an online show, Miss Scarlett. I salute you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. This is what I've been wanting to do for a while. Is get, the trial was just to get my channel up and going, learn the ins and outs. Plus, I was going to watch the trial anyway and do it without, doing it with a few people, even if it only ended up being a couple people, was still better than watching it alone. And it's been a wonderful experience. I can't wait to get into my regular stuff that I plan on doing besides doing trials. I probably will do trials still. If people are interested in watching ones we haven't seen before, but it won't be an everyday thing like that. But I'm looking forward to doing my psych nights, which is just for fun, teach a little bit of psychology, and then talk about how it affects true crime, especially in the TB and anti-TB and anti-Karen Reed community. But first and foremost, I always recommend that you find a time to laugh and smile every day. Otherwise, this world can seem like the depths of despair sometimes, the stresses and just the world we live in nowadays. So I always tell people to find a way in your day to take a few minutes and do something that makes you smile and or laugh. And so that's what we wanted to do last night, was share our joy, no pun intended, with everyone who was interested in hanging out with us. So I'm glad that you guys look for stuff like that, are interested in watching it. So Nefarious says I have to do talk to text because I hurt my wrists when I fell 2 weeks ago. Oh, they still hurt. Oh, at least they're getting a little better, but I get you. Oh, we've had so many falls in this community lately. We had Jeannie Lynn not only fell, but got hit by her garbage dumpster. And then Mary B fell, broke her leg. Darth Vader fell the other day. Man, it's just been a mess. People are falling left and right. So everyone, stay careful, please. If you're a klutz like me and trip even when you're trying to be careful, all I can say is be doubly careful, I guess. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I would tell myself. Yes, Moni G is a hugger. She says, so if you're having a day, I'm sending you a warm, healing hug. Naughty Miss Scarlet. I can't help it. I told people my mind is always in the gutter. Aw, Kristen says, I hate hugs. My friends and family all tease me and threaten me with a hug. Aw. James is going to take a wee nap. See you later. Rub my belly. Have a great nap, James. Moni says, lucky for you, I'm far, far away. How about warm, healing vibes? Yes. Or a fist bump. Can I give you a fist bump, Kristen? Oh, Moni says, I've been having a day for a few days myself. So there you go. Oh, sorry, Moni G. Hopefully it will get better quickly. And if you are in just a little bit of the sad mood and you ever want to talk, Moni G, you can call me at any time. Except for when I'm streaming. No, you can call me then too. Because I will just mute it and I will answer. So, anyways, let's get back into it. Sorry. Oh, yay, I can fist bump, Kristen. I can't. Well, that's right. I can send them from my phone. I don't know why in StreamYard you can't send emojis when you type in the comment section from StreamYard. I have to do it for my phone. So I'm going to fist bump you, Kristen. Hold on. Here you go. Hey. Pound it. Yep. Because Lord knows you don't sleep. Yep. Cat Brandel, my husband says, planning on it when all these shows are over. Oh my God. Trying to find okay, I'm so lost here. Hold on, sorry guys. I can't find what I was looking for. Oh well. Anyways. Thank you for being here again. I'm going to try again to get back into Alessi with Shanon Burgess on the stand without interrupting him too much. I will be chatting a little bit in the chat as well, and I will make comments when needed. Well, I guess when I feel I need to. Aloud, I mean, when I need to address this more on the stand. Here we go.
Chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. So, Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's a paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I do. Yes, I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burley is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but has since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Where to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You described in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identification.
Right,
The micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
But
thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be in order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that included as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your
Does he
opinion,
follow the
testified,
rules?
do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you
Wow.
testified?
No, I do not.
He sure
You
doesn't
asked some
know how to
questions
follow
about your
the
CV.
rules.
A CV is a resume?
SPV,
Yes, it is.
does he?
And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all their information from.
Did you ever weigh in and develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it to come up with the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
What year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
I could have exhibit 183, please. Right there, that's good. And so when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I do.
We have exhibit 184. Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't
Why
go through all of
didn't
the
you ask about it in the
qualifications and all the
beginning,
accomplishments you had,
Brennan?
did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC,
Why didn't you
Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
deliberately
Yes, I did.
talk about
Do you
it
have
then?
professional certification from CCME,
Why
Celebrite
did you
Certified Mobile Examiner?
deliberately ignore the facts?
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I did.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
He has some nerve doing this shit.
You would
I swear to God.
become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that.
Ridiculous.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Remember that?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Sustained.
Why did you? When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental
He's
protocol, do you remember
starting
what date
all
that
his
was?
dirty tricks.
Not specifically, I do not.
If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not.
Do you remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
Did you know whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, is that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there's an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you
Whoa,
ever been
wait a
discouraged
minute.
by me?
No, I have not.
Hold on. What did you just say? The question is,
To provide all information, regardless of what it is?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide
hold on. You're
Oh,
gonna hear the
yeah.
whole question because this answer, listen to it.
effort that you've made in this? Find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
I'm going to allow that.
Have you always been encouraged to provide all the information? Have you always been encouraged to provide all information?
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to?
Yes, I have. Okay. So that's what you would expect them to say, right? But listen to this, listen very closely. The next question is, who has advised you?
Always provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Who has advised you to provide all information? Who has advised you to provide all information? And his answer is no one. He literally contradicts himself. right one after another. Listen.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury.
Who has encouraged you to provide all information, no matter the side? And he says, no one. No one. Was that a slip of the tongue? Oh my God. So he's basically just admitted that no one tells him to give their information no matter who's sided on, which would mean, in turn, that everyone was telling him only give him information that benefits the Commonwealth.
Jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. Disorder writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter? Is there a standard practice regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they can be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. Disorder's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. Disorder?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. Disorder's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
It's the same.
The backing up event. Are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
It's the same.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock for Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09? Objection, Your Honor. No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSorga were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining?
He has some nerve talking about misleading. He felt that DeSorga's report was misleading. You know what else is hugely misleading there? Huh? Shannon with one N? Your CV.
His analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That will be the exhibit.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorbo's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorbo's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorbo's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just go down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorbo's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Can you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Can you turn to the next page? Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
Could we have the next page, please? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerns you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'm going to allow that.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic. Please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
We can turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and an engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report and your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, and then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on the direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare. And again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they're constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Mr. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those 4 first calls?
Yeah. So with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first 5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the events, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they were?
I'll strike the first part. Ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the point I've made already.
And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Or is that Mr. DeSordo?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSordo's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSordo that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 530 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Lynn, welcome back, guys.
That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Do you have any?
Hold on, I want to address this. Kat Randall says, is Officer O'Keefe the only Apple iPhone from everyone in the house that night? Yeah, they didn't compare anyone's iPhone to anyone else as far as time and time changes and variances and all this bullshit. But they all had an iPhone. And supposedly Higgins went to his friend, got his technical phone extraction of just text messages between him and John and him and Karen. And then, as we know now from Aiden, that they do have a Cellbrite report of all of Jen McCabe. I mean, I truly just, people have asked me what my opinion is on this case, and if justice will ever be found for Officer John O'Keefe. I just unfortunately don't think that there will ever be justice for it, because as far as prosecuting someone in the court of law and sending them to prison for it, because the cops just fucked it up. They fucked it up from the very beginning. And because of that, I don't think that we'll ever see it inside the courtroom. Yeah, most everyone in the house had an iPhone, right? Yeah. As far as I know, I think they all did. And the fact that they didn't even go in their house. So you don't think they're going to, search their phones? No. And then when they finally did get a preservation order for those phones, Higgins just ditched his phone. So did Brian Albert. I mean, Brian Albert upgraded his phone, but then has the nerve to sit on the stand and act like he doesn't know what happens to the old phone and the new phone. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, we went over that at length. And it's just ridiculous. the stuff the cops didn't do. The list goes on and on and on. And this is a big one, because who knows what else they could have got. But we do know that Aiden, that's why he's always had said, go ahead, sue me. Because he wants all these documents, and he's going to get them now because of that lawsuit in discovery. So I'm anxious to see if anything comes out of that. Do I think it's going to change anything as far as someone being like found accountable in a court of law? No. But maybe, just maybe, there might be something that I don't know, turns like makes the some of the antis realize how wrong they are. I don't know. I just wish Aiden all the best, and I wish this would be done for him. We have to cross our fingers and hope that they do with a motion for dismiss. They dismiss his charges because it's absolutely ridiculous. Jerry Maguire, you had me at Red Solo Cups. I love it.
Concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time.
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question.
Funny, just speaking of Jerry Maguire, is show me the money would work too.
So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct.
Have you seen this before that?
I have not seen this before that.
If we could focus on a little more, especially the bottom left-hand.
Nikki Pooh Bat Guarino, stopping
When you
by to
reviewed
say
this,
hi
did you feel any need to do further
and
testing?
like
Yes, I did.
presentation.
Why?
Thank you.
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the
Hope you're having a great
12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn for Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we zoom in there, so this circle here, we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw this slide, had you broken down 0.154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Let's turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. Disorder's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Can you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those PS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1 and the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Can we go to the last page of Mr. Disorder's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. Disorder?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would just finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, no, it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us. Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. Disorder. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it, look at any part of it, and look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question. Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. Disorder?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte
That would
oversight?
be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the time text stream data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, so this green circle is going to be the center of the circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone, again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? And before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion about the time range and the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I appreciate the approach.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no?
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside that. Mr. Wilson.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Overruled.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. So a window is captured during a triggering event?
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
I can put it right now.
So we can go to the
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Moving to evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
Great. Once we get these moved.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC. Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Okay, here he goes. Hi, here I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, sweet. All right. I'll talk to you a little later. Thanks, Jeannie. Yep, bye. Okay, guys. So I got locked out of StreamYard. I do not know what the hell just happened to my fucking computer. How weird is that? Who the heck is that now? Is someone else calling me now too? I can't answer right now. So I don't know if someone else is calling me. Sorry. Hold on. I don't even know what just happened. Oh, it's TBJ is probably calling me. Okay. I don't know. I seriously do not know what just fucking happened. I could not get back into StreamYard for the life of me. It just wouldn't, the page wouldn't open up, and I didn't even know if it was still streaming. I wondered if it ended my stream, and I'm just like, what the hell? Sorry, I'm just going back looking at the comments. So, I don't even know what happened with, if you guys, did you guys see any of the trial while this was, or did it just totally, I'm surprised it didn't cut the stream. This is so weird. Because my YouTube was still playing, but yet StreamYard closed. So, oh, you're so sweet, Jeannie Lynn. I'm good. I'm just like, what the fuck? I seriously have no idea what just fucking happened. I'm actually I'm trying to figure out how the hell it's still streaming, because I just don't know what the hell happened. That is too weird. Coco Melon was discussing timeliness and it went blank. That's just so weird. It's so, I seriously, once I realized I wasn't connected to StreamYard anymore, because I have my screens. Like I said, I have side-by-side screens. I put my tabs, my StreamYard tab next to my YouTube tab. So I basically see YouTube twice, because I see in StreamYard, I see my screen that you guys see inside the StreamYard page on one side of my screen. On the other side, I see actual YouTube, the full YouTube page. And it's like, I could see my YouTube page and my StreamYard page, and then all of a sudden my StreamYard page closed. So the only thing on my computer was YouTube. And I'm like, what just fucking happened? So then, as I'm trying to get back into StreamYard, thinking maybe it just, I don't know, glitched or whatever, every time I went to go back into StreamYard, it wouldn't load StreamYard. So I figured StreamYard ended the stream. I didn't think it. I just figured, oh, well, they'll realize that it just stopped or something. And I was going to post about it. But then, as I said, Jeannie Lynn called me, thank God. And I wasn't going to answer it because my phone was across the room, or, well, farther away from me than I could reach, because it's on, like I said, you guys know I leave it on vibrate so it doesn't ring. And I'm like, I better get it because it's probably someone that wonders what's happened. So, of course, it was Jeannie Lynn. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet to worry. But anyway, so I grabbed the phone. And it's her. And I'm like, I can't get into StreamYard. I don't know what the fuck is the problem. This is crazy shit. So, as I do this, I'm going to see. I mean, you can see my my YouTube should be right where we left off. So, hold on. I just got to expand the page. So tell me if this is right where it cut off for you guys too.
No, I did not.
Did you?
This is an accident construction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes,
So you guys, is this exactly where you guys left off when Alessi was talking about the other case? It is the same, approximately the same. Okay. Because if it needs to go back, if somehow it stopped streaming before or whatever after, I don't know. Oh, look at Mayland calls me the pause queen. I always randomly pause it at the the funniest times with the people on the screen. Yes, right there behind the ears. All right. So we thankfully it didn't end. So that way we can end. We can get through the rest of this because we're only about 20 minutes shy of finishing. What did you call him earlier? Cat Randall called him something earlier. It was perfect. I can't find, where is it? You call him Coco Melon. So funny. And Baby Shark. God, oh my God, that song. If it gets stuck in my head, Jeannie Lynn, you in trouble. I'm trying to look back. What did you call him, Cat Randall? It was the funniest shit. I don't remember. I'll have to look back later, but it was funny. But here we are. So oh, you're so fun. Maylin, you guys are so sweet. You guys all rock. I love you guys. Maylin does say my pause game is always on point. Seriously, I always get the funniest shit when I pause my screen. Coco Midden. The one end, yes, but it was like, I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't you, but I thought it was. It was about asking, when you first came in and asked or pointed out who was on the stand or asked if this is, we're talking about, but besides the one end, I don't remember. It was just funny. I'll have to scroll back as he testifies, see if I can find it. Channel. He's got a lot of good nicknames, I guess. Speaking of, so you're done with your stream, Maylin. How'd it go? I hope it went well. Jeannie Lynn says, I loved your stream, girlfriend. Listen on the way home, but could not comment while driving. Mano Shano, that's a good one too. I like that one. Hold on, I'm going to scroll really quick before we start his testimony all the way back to the beginning because I swore. I can't go all the way back to the beginning. Damn, I thought StreamYard lets me go way farther back than YouTube does, but I can't go all the way back to the beginning. Damn it. Oh well, I'll have to play it on replay later and look for what I was looking for. Yeah, I see this one. You called Bandito Brennan. That was funny. But there was something else. Maybe it was, I don't know who it was. Somebody came in and was addressing that we were still watching him or that he was on the stand by some nickname, and it was hysterical. It made me laugh. So I'll have to look back at it on replay with the live chat replay, but it was funny. Thank you for listening. And both of us got your comment. I really appreciate. Yes, you guys are awesome. I mean, it's just good to know, like, seriously. And I've thought about this before because, of my kind of lonely lifestyle prior to streaming and prior to you guys, like, being here and hanging out with me daily. I always wondered, like, if something were to happen to me, I know this is a kind of a morbid thought, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. When you live alone and you don't have a big social circle in real life, and the family that you do have, you don't really talk to. I always wondered, like, if something would happen to me, how many days would go by before someone, like, figured it out, you know? I always wondered that. And I know it's sad, but it's, you think about it sometimes. It obviously doesn't deter me from being alone because I'm perfectly satisfied and happy, content, all of the above, being alone right now and enjoying it. I just wonder about things like that sometimes. And sorry I brought it up, but it's just true. But now that I have you guys, knowing that, I mean, hopefully it was only, for me, it was only what, a couple minutes. So hopefully it wasn't that much longer for you. That's why I asked if it stopped the same time you did. So, oh, Kazi. Dude, you guys, hello? Did somebody message you too? I'm still live streaming. That's too funny. I'm just talking about how awesome it is, like that you guys are this amazing. Like I couldn't get back into StreamYard. StreamYard kicked me out. And the next thing I know, I'm trying to get back in and everyone's like calling me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" You guys are awesome. I love you guys. All right, sweetie. Thank you. I'm all good, Kazi. Thank you for checking on me. Okay, bye. Oh, you guys are awesome. Look at you. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, seriously, this is literally what I was just talking about. Like, it was only a few minutes for me. So it wasn't that long for you, right? How long was I off the screen for you guys? It couldn't have been that long. It was only a minute or two, a couple minutes, right? So yeah, I see that, Mayland. Jeez, oh, Pete, it's so funny. My humor cornered in real time. I don't dwell on the past. You're so funny. Wait. I missed it. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Like seriously. Aw. Because I know how she must have felt being in love and then just having it ripped out from under her. It's tough all the way around. 100%, you guys. And but like I said, this is what I'm saying. Like you people being, this community that I feel so blessed to be a part of every single day. I mean it. I mean, look at that. Like I said, so Mayland says not that long. For me, it was only a few minutes. So, to know that a few minutes goes by and I have people reaching out like, "Hey, are you okay?" Like it's an awesome feeling compared to had this been 2 months ago, if something did happen to me, no one would have known for who knows, maybe days. I don't know. It's sad, but true. Oh, Shelly, StreamYard kicked me out and no one knew what happened to me because I couldn't comment. I couldn't anything. I actually thought StreamYard must have ended my stream, and apparently that wasn't the case. My screen was just empty. And the next thing I know, Jeannie Lynn, Kazi is calling me. Everyone's calling me. So thank you guys. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. But I'm okay. I just couldn't get back in. Thankfully, it was nothing big, and it was just StreamYard being StreamYard. Oh yeah, it said, oh, man, we are all worried about Miss Scarlett. That's awesome. I love you too. I love all you guys. You guys are so amazing. You just feel like the love I feel from you guys. I can't even describe like the amazingness of it. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding when I tell you that you guys kicked me out of my autopilot that I was on. I say it a lot lately, ever since I talked about it and someone gave me that term, because I couldn't really express in one term how I was living each day. But that is how it is. That's what it was. It was the perfect term, living every day on autopilot. No, I'm not. My world is completely changed. And I owe it all to all of you. You have glare and scare on both TVs. Oh, the glare is on. Oh, I'm gonna have to catch replay. Well, if he's on, let's get finished with the last 20 minutes of Man Shannon. And get back over to glare then. Yes, we do have the best family. So Jeannie said, all we saw was a blank screen and she was not answering. Freaked me out. Oh, you guys are awesome. Aw, Shelly says, I went there for a bit and came back home. You guys are so sweet. Yes, Man Shannon. That's going to be his nickname for me from now on. So, as I said, we're going to get back into Man Shannon. Then we're going to send you out to the glare. Because at 1.5 speed, which we're at right now, we have just 21 minutes left. We should be done in about 16 minutes. So let's go.
Yeah.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstruction.
I know you would have, Shelly.
And
I love you guys.
did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please. May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll have to give you part of it.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of
That's what I call Mary B.
8/7/2023.
And is that a
And she
stamping
calls me.
of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will. Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just get one first. Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objections stay.
do you,
Do you want to bring it over?
I will, Your Honor, I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up this page.
Yeah, I don't know what happened as far as Dar goes. She sent me an email that just said someone blocked her in someone else's chat. I'm sure I'll get the full story, but number one, all I'm going to say is I trust my mods, and what goes in other people's chats has nothing to do with my chat. But you know, I can't control how people take it. Unfortunately, Darvader is so sweet. I love her to death. I hope she comes back, but Kazi has a job to do as a mod. And if this, you know, if she's going to take offense to someone else's chat or something that happens in someone else's chat on my chat, then I can't say anything, because her chat has nothing to do with mine. And I can't, I didn't watch Sparkly. I don't watch Sparkly. I choose not to. It's just not my thing. But I want to say this politely, because in case Star is watching on replay, I love you. Please come back. We love you here. But I understand, you know, that sometimes things can seem too far or go too far in chats and on the web. Sometimes things are taken the wrong way. But that being said, it's none of my concern what happens in other people's chat. What's my concern is what happens in mine. So yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little closer to proximity here with me, please.
Exactly, nefarious.
What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members.
At Aperture.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation
hold on.
that staff...
Sorry, Mr. Alessi. Shelley, you do not have to be sorry for bringing it up. It was a great way for me to say what I needed to say about it, and that's that. Dar, we love you. Everyone loves you. Kazi, you know, had to do something to whatever it was. Like I said, I don't even know what happened. So I'm just going to say I trust in Kazi that he had to do it for a reason. Maybe something was taken the wrong way or out of context. Who knows? But either way, let's hopefully move on from it. And here is a whole different chat. What happened there isn't what happens here. So, yeah, that's about it. So don't ever feel bad. We can talk about whatever you guys want here. You guys know that. And it gave me an opportunity to say what I needed to say about that. And Kat Randall, you are new here, but yes, this is exactly, it's chill here. My rules are, at first I said I have no rules. However, the only rules technically that I have are don't be outwardly disrespectful to me or my chat. And other than that, you can say whatever you want. That's how I feel.
That Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents, that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for
Love you too,
identification, with
Nefarious.
court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
And so it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah.
You need one more step.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it.
May I have a briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring yours, please, Mr. Law.
Yes, Your Honor. Would have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit EEE and Exhibit FFF for identification
As one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
Thank you. May I hand it to the?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Exactly,
University
Malin.
of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to may I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witnesses as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, maybe two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court.
in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There's not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess.
I love your joke,
You
Shelly.
know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form,
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed
I told
a
that joke
document
before. I love it.
misstates
I love it.
your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's
Oh,
of General
another
Studies,
error.
and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym.
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
Did that take Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
So presumption,
Oh.
we'll strike that.
Okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023 and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
No, I'm going to allow it.
Of course she's
as
gonna
most people
allow
can
it.
probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Here, all set. Okay, hold on.
Mr. Brennan?
All right, I'd like to play a number of clips. I can begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I
Got a
pulled
minute
nose
to cut.
into a driveway back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like to next play clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, and you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the side of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, 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 as I open the door, shut the door, I have high heels on the night, and hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
What does a penis and
I
Rubik's
do. I mean, I'll tell you.
Rubik's have in common?
I'll tell you, John and I argued
Both take
the
forever to
morning
sleep.
of the 28th, Friday morning. So we died, we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30. On the earlier in the morning, January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission of evidence now.
194. Okay, guys, so hold on one second, guys. Sorry. Okay. So tomorrow we're going to start with Dr. Isaac Wolf. He's the neurosurgeon, the one that gets his wife a cappuccino every morning, who really had no business being described as an expert for this case, in my opinion, because he works on live brains, not deceased ones. But with that being said, we will pick up tomorrow. Check my Discord. Left me something. Oh, hold on. Oh, I just realized one of the messages I tried to put in Discord. Wait, where in Discord? Did you send me a message or what? Hold on. Why do I not see it? On my main page? Okay, hold on. Main page. Okay. So my say whatever you want page. Okay. Jeannie Lynn, it's not there. I don't see it. Oh, it's under breaking news. I got it. I found it. Coco Melon. I love it. Tell me they don't look alike. Oh, they do. I wish I could get I wish I could totally get my Discord to work with my with StreamYard, but maybe one day. So I can make it easier on myself when you guys send me stuff to share without having to like email it and this and that, but it's hysterical. But give me a second. If you guys bear with me a moment before we go over to the glare. Crap. Can't get it to. I'm just trying to crop it so it'll fit perfectly and I can expand it. There we go. Okay. Here, put in my Dropbox. Hopefully my Dropbox will actually work today. Okay. Ow. I swear it's going to rain again today or something. No, I don't want to upgrade. Thank you very much. I swear to God, it looks just like a. Hi, Cheryl. Thanks for stopping in. Don't work too hard. Look at this. Like that little swirl he's got on the top. It was even more perfect with the one he had going on yesterday. Holy moly. Oh, you never knew what oh gosh, yeah, that's Coco Melon. Because he's got the little swirly piece of hair right there. It's hysterical. And the round face. Oh, too good, too good. All right, give me one more second. Hold on. Okay, so oops. Before I have you guys go over to the glare, I'm just going to say again, thank you to you all for hanging out with me today and watching Man Shanon / Coco Melon testify on the stand. Watch the amazing Bob Alessi just, TKO, let me just say, since he's a boxer. Total knockout. So with that being said, I'm going to send you off to the glare if he's still alive. Hopefully I will see you in the chat. I can't actually send you over there. I'm going to have you go over there. I wish I could. As soon as I get to 500 subscribers, I will be able to do such. Or no, 1,000. I think you have to be 1,000 subscribers to actually be able to redirect. So first and foremost is 500 subs. So I can always just, say, hey, let's go over here when we end until I get to 1,000 subs. First, we got to get the first goal. So 500 subs. Side eyes. Hey, sweetie. Thanks for stopping in. I saw you on replay on The Expert last night. I didn't get to catch the live. I was live last night for a long time, just having a blast. We had so much fun last night. So thanks for stopping in. I did see you. They are a fun group. Truly. I love watching. When I first was introduced to The Expert by Baker, I wasn't sure what to make of The Expert, but the more you watch him and the more you understand like what he's all about, you can just truly enjoy him for what he is, and he's great. I really like it. But anyways, last night was great. I can't wait till next Friday. We are going to make this a regular thing. So I'm very excited. And then, as I said, tomorrow around 1:00, we will get started with Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, and see how far we get tomorrow. With that being said, I am going to send you out watching Turtle Boy and Raggedy Andy. I love you guys. I will see you in the chats.
Damn it. What the
All right. Now I'm screaming, what the fuck? What the fuck? Then I can get my mute button to unmute. So hold on. No sound. So let's send it. We're going to make it quicker because now I'm mad. Sorry. We're going to end with TB making us laugh, but now we're just going to do something else. Hold on. Stupid StreamYard. You suck today. What the hell? Swear to God. Zach's fashionably late. Nah, he's not late. He was here and then not here and then here again and then not here and now he's here again. All right, hold on. I guess we'll go out with the quicker one. I was going to do something to make us laugh on the way out, but this makes us laugh too. So hold on. As we all get ready to go see the glare. Bye, guys. Love you.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy. I really don't need to flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble. Do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me. They were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is around. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly. Standing ovation, what a robust cross. Psych, your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky.